Call to order. The governing board meeting is called to order at 5:46. I'm sorry, 4:46, thank you. Flag salute, please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Right, roll call. Let the record reflect that all members of the governing board and administration are present. Approval of agenda. It is recommended that the governing board approve the agenda of the April 10th, 2023 governing board meeting. Do I have a motion? Motion. Thank you, trustee Grutos. Do I have a second? Thank you, trustee Estrada. Any discussion? Okay, no discussion on the item. We will move to approve the agenda as approve the agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes 5-0. All right, closed session. Appeal of findings regarding complaint against employee pursuant to PB/AR 1312.1 and Government Code Section 54957. Appeal of findings regarding UCP complaint pursuant to BP/AR 1312.3 and Education Code Section 35146. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 or 3 of subdivision D of section 54956.9. One potential case appeal of complaints. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Thank you, trustee Chong, and thank you, trustee Ahmad. The governing board meeting is called into closed session at 5:04. Excuse me. Oh, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. Thank you. 4:48. Okay. Reconvene. Is there a motion to reconvene? Okay, thank you, trustee Frutos. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, trustee Chong. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, and I vote aye, so the motion passes 5-0. The governing board meeting reconvenes at 5:06. Reporting out of closed session. Moved by trustee Ahmad and seconded by trustee Frutos. The governing board grants the parental request to consider the appeal of employee complaint and UCP complaint at the next board meeting on 5/8/2023. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and I'm aye. Let's see, so. And no, all right, so the approval of minutes. Approval of minutes of the March 13th, 2023 regular meeting minutes. Is there a motion?
I'll motion.
Thank you, trustee Ahmad. Do I have a second? Thank you, trustee Estrada. Is there any discussion on the item? All right, no discussion. We will move to approve the item. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and I'm aye. Well, no, I take that back. Due to my absence at the March 13th meeting, I will abstain from voting. Motion passes 4 yeses and 0 nos and 1 abstention. And let's see, hold on. We have the extra. One second. The extra meeting,
The March 16th.
right. All right, we are. Want to amend at the last meeting. I said that the board and the administration were present, but I want to correct that. The minutes showed that the governing board was present. Do I have an approval to what the minutes are reported as? For the March 16th special meeting?
I'll make a motion to approve with the amendment.
As presented.
As presented.
Okay, thank you, trustee Ahmad. And do I have a second? Second. All right, thank you, trustee Frutos. All right, so. That brings us to,
All in favor?
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. All right. Motion passes 5-0. Governing board comments. Let's start with trustee Chong.
Good evening, everyone. I'm glad everyone's here and looking forward to the ending of our school year is coming real fast. So I know we have a lot of open houses come in. I hope that our families get to go out and see all the work our students have done throughout the year. And as our teachers are wrapping up as well, just kind of getting to this finish line. I hope everyone gets there and puts the energy in. I got a chance to go to the Choral Festival with President Shed, and again, a great example of student passions and just our staff passions of conducting and leading our students in their talent. And it was a great event. It was just one of my favorite. I know we all probably will share it as we talk about it, but that's one of my favorite always to see just that display our students' abilities and just the passion and work that's there. So that was cool. And I'm looking forward to just our presentation tonight with our Gordon Beatty Middle School presentation. And I'm glad to see a lot of them here today, honoring them today. So that's all I have to say.
All right. Trustee Estrada.
Hello, everyone. Just want to thank all the families present, all the staff present. And I just wanted to give a quick thank you to Pendleton and Gilbert while I was at their school site during my visitations. And I just wanted to say, just amazing job from all the schools that I've visited so far. TK continue to be 100% amazing. Just seeing how even students so young can count up to 118, 108, and just their different thinking styles is just amazing to see. I just wanted to thank the schools, and I'm looking forward to visiting the schools I do have left. And I'm looking forward to all the open houses that's coming up later in the month. I know yeah, the end of the school year is really quick and it's also really, really hot. So I hope everyone does stay cool and I just hope everyone has a very good weekend and thank you so much.
Thank you. Trustee Frutos, please.
Thank you, President Shedd. Well, welcome, everybody. Hope everybody had a great weekend, a good Easter weekend. Tonight, our board is, in our community is going to hear all about Beatty Middle School and how they're building strong culture and achievement, and also recognizing the hard work that our students are doing. This past Saturday, our district hosted a wonderful speech and debate tournament that was facilitated by Advantage Communications. All participants should be very proud of themselves because they had the courage to stand in front of people and deliver amazing speeches. So big kudos to them. Also want to thank all the teachers, all the staff, all the coaches for their time and dedication and their support to helping these students with the art of public speaking, collaboration, and teamwork. I think those are very key skills that our students are learning as they're growing up. I'm also looking forward to some key special events, such as the Special Olympics, the Buena Park All-City Track Meet, Baile Folklorico, parent education classes, and all the open houses at all of our sites. Also, a big thank you to Mr. Andy Osborne for leading our teachers across the district with his Innovation Vanguard Showcase. Our teachers shared best practices on how to utilize technology in the classroom to enhance the learning of all of our students. And then lastly, I would like to thank our core community and Principal Ortega for holding a successful communication and safety meeting with all parents in our local Buena Park Police Department. And that concludes my report, President Shedd.
Thank you, Trustee Frutos. Trustee Ahmad, please.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome everyone here today, especially our Beatty families and staff. It's great seeing you here, and we're really excited to hear about all the great things happening at the school. I'd also like to welcome all our teaching staff here. And I'd like to make a shout out today for 2 classified staff members that I just heard great things about. So Joanne, our receptionist here at the district office, I got a call from a parent that had to make a transfer this year, and she was so stressed out about it and, you know, just didn't know how to go about. And she came here and Joanne talked to her and talked her through the process. And she said, wow, you know, that Joanne is great. She made me feel like I was doing everything right. And, you know, she walked me through the process. So I wanted to give a big shout out to her. And then I was able to go on a field trip this week. And so I was on one of our buses and I just had a great experience with one of our bus drivers, and her name is Teresa. And she just did such an amazing job. Just her driving was super safe, but she also did some amazing things. She could hear the kids that were like all the way in the back, exactly what they were saying. And I was just so impressed, and just wanted to give a shout out to her because, I mean, we can't do it without our classified staff. So thank you so much. And I really had a great field trip with the class that day. That's it for me.
Thank you. And for me, I wanted to thank everyone who participated in the surveys that we've been having to share your priorities toward developing the description of who we are looking for superintendent. I know it's been more extra work, whether you completed the Survey Monkey or the participated in the Zoom input sessions, or just reminded some of your friends to participate. I wanted to thank each one of those because we needed all of the input, and we thank you. On 3/8, I accompanied Dr. C to Buena Park Middle School, Beatty Middle School, which is our guest tonight. We went through math classes and observed a lot of CGI strategies. And we also went to an art class, and the kids had completed a research project on how they can use their art skills for a job. And I thought that was so fantastic because, one, to see writing in other subjects, especially a VAPA, and then to see that they are going to be able to use their passion and make good money at it. And so I was just really impressed to see, you know, if you can do what you love every day, that it's not like working. So that's like a win-win for them. On 3/30, we also went to the Buena Park Learning Center, and we were looking at the classes with the TK students. And I was really impressed at how smoothly those classes were running. I mean, if adults came into a class with 3-year-olds, they might be distracted, but they were still engaged and they kept participating with the teachers and the instructional assistants. So I was really proud to see the effect that the teachers and IAs had with their students. It showed the care that they had and the comfort that the kids had with them. On 3:30, I participated in the LCAP steering committee, and we looked at analyzing data from the LPAC, which is for the English language learners. And then we looked at data from the panoramic survey, which is for the social emotional learning. And that's what we done that meeting. For 4-4, the Buena Park Choir, oh my goodness. It was so much fun. And the teacher coaches with the choirs from the different schools had excellent music choices. And they had the children so involved, and it was just fun for everybody. And I like the cultural aspect of not just the academic, but the cultural aspect of bringing a little education on our history of jazz in America. And then on 4-6, I attended the final LCAP steering committee, which is where we reviewed the work that we had done at all the other meetings thus far. And on 4-7, I went to the chess tournament, and I saw a number of people there from the district. So that was good to see them supporting the students, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders. And it was a Friday night, but they were still focused, which I was really, pleasantly surprised to see. And we had a 3rd grader and a 4th grader emerge as champions over all the other players. And so Sari Wong gave me trophies, and I had the honor to present them with those trophies, and they were so happy that they were going to be representing the district at the next level. So that was great to see. And then on Saturday, that was 4-8. I went to see Corey's TK and K children perform at the city's extravaganza event held at Wuthering Park. And they were the opening act, and they were very well received. Principal Ortega also had a booth at the activity, and she was giving out information about all the different things that we offer in our district. So I was glad to see her spreading the news. And she always had a long line, so it was encouraging too. They were drawn in by the wheel that she had that you could turn to get free prizes. But she was always talking to each family, telling them about all the advantages that we have here in Buena Park. And she had flyers that explained what was going on and how they could, get in touch and become a part of our district programs. And then later that afternoon, I went to the speech and debate awards assembly, and I saw Mr. Frutos again. And it was good to see. The director asked me to get up and make a speech, which I wasn't really planning or prepared to do, but I took that opportunity to thank our parents and our teachers and our principals and our coaches and everybody that does so much to contribute to the growth of our students and make their lives better. And then on that evening, my husband and I drove out to Azusa because the Buena Park Middle School was competing in the percussion competition. And so that was a fun time. Sarah and her family were there. Michelle and her daughter were there, and we were just cheering them on. And it was an exciting event. And our kids were so poised and so well coordinated. It was great to see. And in closing, I just want to say I'm just so proud of the work that everybody here participates in, all of our dedicated staff and our parents and our community helpers who work with us make for such a rich environment for our students. And I'm just so thankful and proud of our district. And Superintendent comments, Dr. Cantu.
Well, it is difficult going last, but I'd have to say, I'd just like to summarize really the dedication, the commitment, and the joy that's been spread through the entire year. And it kind of came to a culmination last week, or the last couple of weeks. Yes, I got to enjoy Beatty on campus, and there was almost not a dry eye in the school when we left. after seeing, for example, in the ELD class, where the teacher artfully welcomed the students back after spring break in a circle activity, where the EL students who were learning language expressed themselves quite articulately about what it's like to be away from their colleagues, welcoming back by their teacher in a warm way, being able to identify the strategies that they learned in designated ELD that was helping them in all of their classes across their content areas. It's just a joy to see. And yes, we got to see the art class, and not just what they were working in the moment, but the halls are filled with beautiful artwork that would be pride in showing any museum. And interesting enough, across the campus, we were seeing kids doing academic conversations where they were using terms that went with their content, where they were collaborating with their classmates, where teachers were fully engaged with their students. Also at Pendleton, it was really a joy to see their hard work around creating those IB units. No easy task. It's all built on student inquiry. We saw examples where students collaboratively were doing one presentation, but they got to share their choice of study and collaborating and analyzing with one another and their classmates. Again, we saw TK students doing high level of mathematical thinking. And I know Trustee Estrada and I were not only amazed, but we were, I think, astonished at what our TK students are doing. The opportunity for them to think mathematically puts them on that level field as they move up ahead in the grade levels. They will not only be able to be prepared for grade level academics, they're already almost beyond. Actually, I told the TK teacher, as a former kindergarten teacher, she put me to shame because what she was doing at this time with TK, we were hoping our first graders maybe 10 years ago would be able to accomplish. The other thing that was clear about Pendleton that we've seen across our other schools that have the Coatson mentors is that our teachers are not only welcoming support by their colleagues that are mentors, but it is truly a partnership where they're learning from one another. And the other thing too that was, I think, we appreciated seeing was that teachers who aren't in the coaching program were taking advantage of having a mentor on campus. In addition to all of the wonderful activities that went on, I also got to be at the Choral Festival. And I have to say, the kids don't always have an opportunity to show their talents the way they do in this district over and over. But I saw a lot of talent coming from our teachers as well. So we want to thank all of our choral directors because they shined as much as their students. In addition, again, our students were singing for the entire city. The egg extravaganza put on by the Buena Park city was well attended. So they got to see not only our students singing, but again, our wonderful principal representing the entire district of all the great programs we have. And then I'd like to also give a special shout out to Sari Wong and her support staff for our after school programs. They've been at many of the events, gate activities, the chess activities. They were at the comic strip activities. And so they are allowing our students to not only participate in our after school programs, but to put on great showcases so that our parents can not only see what their students are doing, but get a glimpse of what's happening across our district. And finally, I'd like to also thank Dylan Locke for all that he's done with our Buena Park drumline. I told the students when I was able to kind of give them a little speech and pep talk before they went on their Saturday tournament, was that not only have they grown as students, but they've helped the school to grow. They've really helped to put the district on the map with what our teachers can do. So again, I just want to continuously praise our teachers, our site administrators, because it truly is with their dedication that they go above and beyond to make sure all of our students truly get to ignite their passion for learning. That concludes my report.
Thank you. And programs and reports, Dr. Cantu.
Well, without any further ado, we are going to start off with the Beatty School report. As you can see, we have students from the Beatty School. We have teachers to represent the best of their instructional program, and we have their wonderful principal who's going to present their report now. Dr. Valdez.
Good evening, buenas tardes, Madam President Sheet, trustees, Interim Superintendent Dr. Cantu, cabinet members, Beatty community, and Winter Park School District community. My name is Dr. Joaquin Valdez. I'm the principal of the Gordon H. Beatty Middle School. And I'm proud here today to present to you how we're leading the way. So at Beatty, we have what's called the Bronco Charge, and our students that are here know what that's like, as well as our staff. So I'll start it off for one, and please follow in the charge with me. Broncos. Awesome, thank you. Next. So at Beatty, we started this year with a theme to drive the direction that we were going to be going in, and it was paving the path, engaging, learning, and thriving. And with engaging, our focus was to promote student engagement through active learning. Learning was to transform information and experiences into knowledge and skills. And thriving was to create a healthy school environment for students, staff, and parents. And we're definitely looking forward to finishing off this year strong, having focused on how we're paving the way for our students and our Beatty community. Next. So just to give you a quick glimpse of Beatty's community, we have currently 609 Broncos from grades 6 through 8. We have 16 Broncos that are supported by a 504 plan, 69 Broncos that are supported by an IEP. We have 143 English language learner Bronco students, 28 certificated teaching staff, 4.5 certificated support staff, 19 classified staff, and 2 administrators. Next.
Good evening. We wanted to start off by recognizing the path that Broncos laid out last year by looking at our CASP data. You will see the different band levels for different grade levels, but just as a gist, we wanted to highlight that in regards to ELA, 51% of our students were either meeting or exceeding state standards. A particular standout was our 7th grade ELA students, 59% of which were meeting or exceeding state standards, which is 12% above the state average. Along those lines, in regards to our math data, we saw that 34.5% of our students were meeting or exceeding the state standards in mathematics. A particular standout was our 6th grade students, who at 43% were 10% above the state average in terms of their proficiency. Next slide, please. We also want to take some time to acknowledge the path that Broncos are on this year. By looking at our iReady data from our 1st to 2nd diagnostic, we've seen some interesting gains, and overall, our data is trending in the right direction. In regards to our students who are on or above grade level, we have seen a 5% increase from our 1st diagnostic in September to our 2nd diagnostic in January, from 41% of students being on or above grade level to 46%. We've also seen a decrease in the students who are 3 or more grade levels below in their data, from 31% during our 1st diagnostic to 25% in our 2nd diagnostic, a decrease of 6%. Next slide, please. In regards to our math data, we are seeing similar trends. From the 1st diagnostic, we had 35% of our students who are on or above grade level. Since then, we have seen a 6% increase to 41% of our students being on or above grade level. We've seen similar decreases in the students who are 3 or more grade levels below, from 34% in September to 30% in January, for a 4% decrease. And we are hoping that these trends continue until the end of the year. Pardon me, my name is Jaime Carbajal, assistant principal.
So now just to look a little bit at the panorama data that we shared with you in the fall of 2022, and then also looking at the data that was gathered in the winter. These were the areas where we continue to excel, or our students continue to show growth, specifically with supportive relationships, how supported students feel through their relationships with friends, family, and adults at school, learning strategies, how well students deliberately use strategies to manage their own learning processes generally, challenging feelings, how frequently students feel challenging emotions, with higher scores indicating less frequent challenging emotions, and growth mindset, student perceptions of whether they have the potential to change those factors that are central to their performance in school. And we saw the greatest growth with learning strategies. We went at a +4 at a 51% with learning strategies, which again is very telling of the support programs we have in place and how students are really engaging in their classrooms with their peers and with their teachers. Next. So as a district, we're focusing on rigor, culture, and equity. And these are the three areas that really resonate at Beatty and also across our district. So we wanted to highlight just a little bit about some of the things that are happening with regards to each one of these areas and highlight and showcase how we're creating effective change at Beatty.
Next. All right, good evening. My name is Kat Terhune. I'm an English teacher at Beatty. I'm here today to talk to you a little bit about our rigor and specifically about how we are using our PLTs, our professional learning teams on campus to build rigor. One of the main things that we've done is created essential standards, and we've also worked hard to share those essential standards so that it's not just that each team knows it individually, but as a campus, we know what each specific other department is doing as well. We have our guiding coalition working together with our leadership team to make sure that we are continuing on in the PLT process. With that, we're also creating common formative assessments and making sure that those are implemented within our classrooms and using that data to make sure that we have scheduled time for responses. Specifically, we're using our tutorials, which are built into our schedules, to make sure that if students are not yet meeting those essential standards, that we are reteaching them during that tutorial time and then reassessing to make sure that they are meeting those essential standards that we've identified. We also have support interventions on our campus as well. We have specific support classes available to students that are decided based on data and other factors. And overall, we have those interventions in place because we believe that all of our students need to be able to achieve at those high levels, and that we should use that data that we're using through our PLTs to make sure that all students are achieving at that level.
Hello, I am Emily Young and I teach ELD English, and I'm also the ASB advisor at Beatty Middle School. And I'm also a member of the PBIS team, where we are working to build culture and community. One of the main ways that we're doing that is through our PBIS behavior matrix, where we are defining the behaviors that we want our students to embody as they are on campus. But of course, we're much more than just compliance and behavior. We want to guide our students to be the best selves, the best Broncos they can be on campus and beyond. Next slide, please. So our matrix is made up of lead, and our L is listen and learn. And for listen, we want students to, of course, listen to adults on campus that guide them. But more importantly, we want them to learn. And so we want them to also listen to each other as they collaborate and build learning and deepen their understanding together. Next. The E is engage and empower. We want our students to be engaged, not only in the classroom, but outside in extracurriculars and clubs, in the assemblies we have, in the celebrations we have for them, and to be empowered to learn, not only for themselves, simply showing up in class with the tools and the materials that they need, but also empowering each other. Again, that collaborative force, working together as students need to be able to do as we move forward into college, career, and beyond. Next. Our A is act respectfully. Of course, this is for adults on campus, but more importantly, towards each other, to understand our diversity, to understand what it takes to work together and recognize our differences and honor them, to treat the property and the buildings with respect as well, working together so that all students can learn. Next. And our D is being determined to succeed, working and putting forward that best effort, showing up for themselves in all they do, being present on campus in body and mind, so that they can go forward and make those improvements and make those gains as we've seen in our data. We want to empower our students so that they can embody that determination and move forward in success. We have delineated in our matrix how these different L, E, A, and D facets show up in different parts of the campus, whether that be the locker rooms, the hallways, classrooms, and every area on campus. We teach this at the beginning of the year. We reteach throughout the year. When we had our 5th grade visits, we were showing them what it is to lead the way as a Bronco. Because again, it's not just compliance. It's not just something we say. It's not just something we do. It's something that we are. At Beatty, Broncos lead the way.
And then the final area or the final pillar is equity. And at Beatty, we're definitely focused on having students lead via academics and also within school culture. And we really want to focus on how we're building students in the classroom, opportunities that they have to engage, not just in traditional or regular classrooms, but also in our honors classes. And also looking at how we support our special ed students, our EL students, to ensure that they also have the opportunity to engage and be just as competitive as their peers. And some of the ways that this is happening is through our English language development, using the English 3D curriculum. And again, Ms. Young is our EL teacher and does an amazing job working with our EL students. Also through our school-wide reading of the book Refugee, and you're all invited to come to our open house on October 27th. I'm sorry, on April 27th, where our students are going to showcase all the work that they've been doing leading up to this awesome read that they've had the opportunity to do all year long. We also have LIST, which is lunchtime support intervention for our students in grades 6 through 8. Our homework club, which provides support for students on Tuesdays and Wednesdays after school. Our 6th grade tutorial intervention, which is really the goal and the focus of working with students to ensure that they're able to move above 1 grade level in reading and mathematics. STAR, which is our Students Talk About Race, where we started a pilot program with our 6th grade students to really engage them on the conversations of equity and culture and respecting the differences that we share and have and bring to our campus and to our community. And then also through Mr. Carvajal's vision, our 7th grade goals group, where he's working with our boys to provide that additional support and to engage with them to ensure that they have a support and a role model, somebody that looks like them, somebody that can model what it's like and really get them to know that they can believe in themselves and ultimately work towards being a Bronco that leads the way. With professional learning at Beatty, we've had opportunities for our teachers to engage with Project Lead the Way, in particular to our printing and design. These are learning the structures of curriculum and focus on content. We also have our iReady math curriculum, which has provided opportunities for our teachers to engage with coaching support and also to address curriculum needs and supports. And then we have the opportunity to have a teacher work with our CGA math with our partners elementary schools. And again, that's the training support for math to ensure that we're mirroring what happens. We're going to get these elementary kids, the following year. So we need to make sure that we continue to model that same rigor and opportunity for them to engage. Department curriculum training that is offered through OCD and through our district for history, science, physical education. Our Apple coaching, which is one-on-one coaching on Apple applications and support. Social emotional presentations that focus on student mental health, addressing student needs, and how to support students in times of crisis, also via OCDE. And then currently we are in our year 1 of PBIS Tier 1 team training, which we're really excited about because it's really engaging us to create a culture that's focused on students.
So I'm Jody Rodinkius. I'm the school counselor over at Beatty Middle School. So what I'm going to talk about is all the social emotional connections. I have to say, just to start off, half of the things that I'm going to talk about is honestly, I have to thank Dr. Elsie Simonowski for putting out filling out the grants and pulling in these resources to our students, because the Bronco Wellness Center is one of them. It's really successful in providing students a calm space to go and self-regulate their emotions and just find support. Today, I even had one student that just came in and he just kind of needed to walk around, and he's kind of an exercise guy. And so he started doing push-ups in my room, and then he's like, all right, I'm good to go. And he walked out the door. And so it's a lot of, according to students, we do the check-in surveys. And the main services that students are coming into the wellness center for is that calm space. That was like high up on that list, as well as talking to others and snacks when I have them, talking to the counselor. 62% come on their own and 27% are being referred by friends. And so it's really been a wonderful addition to our school. Character strong lessons. We have started rolling out some of the lessons. This has been a soft rollout this year. So we look at the panorama data. And I chose 6 lessons that our teachers delivered to our Beatty students. We did it for a 3-week rollout where 2 lessons were being done each week in a science class, English class, and history class. These lessons focus on understanding and regulating emotions, conflict resolution, practicing empathy, and it even introduced character dares, which is part of the curriculum, which are ways that students can put social emotional learning, the lessons that they've learned, into practice. An example is think of a word that you would want to feel at school and do something to help someone else feel that word. So that's like an example of a character dare. Our classes have also offered, as I asked them, to maybe deliver an additional 4 lessons that focus on creating posters that support students overcoming barriers of experiencing belonging in outer school. Video production is also going to come in, and they're going to continue to provide the support for the remainder of the year to promote the character dares through video announcements. And so this has been a really great opportunity to kind of get our feet wet with what we can do, and then we'll do a full rollout for next year. As far as the wellness counselor, oh my goodness, she was full-time with me, and then we're split with her at Gilbert. She has been absolutely amazing. It's basically a full-time counseling support provided by Orange County Department of Ed through the COVID workforce grant, and it's another counselor pretty much for mental health support. School-based mental health services grant, that is where we are getting group counseling support. We've had a soft start, and I look forward to kind of being able to really utilize those services as we continue. The GRIP program, as many of you guys probably already know, has been very supportive with identifying some of our students that would, maybe need additional support and mentorship through meetups. They provide a number of different incentives that we try to use to help students set goals on improving their attitude, academics, and attendance, such as turkey dinners, that was for Thanksgiving, soccer camps, angel games. There's a number of different supports that they've offered. And they really are able to come through with even special requests. Like we had one student that started, and he expressed that he enjoyed football, but didn't have any money to participate. And Perla was able to, the case manager, get a full scholarship for him to play football in the local club football. So they've been a really great resource as well. Club Live is a club that I'm the advisor for, and it's an Orange County Department of Ed supported club that focuses on student wellness by promoting student-led drug and alcohol prevention and awareness activities. Such activities that we've done this year is Red Ribbon Week, a random acts of kindness, and then we are planning right now for mental health awareness in May. The TUPE, tobacco use prevention education. This is our first year where our PE teachers are delivering all of the lessons through Catch My Breath curriculum. It builds to a culmination of, I'll let the fan go. And a youth-led like a development project. And so one of the things that we did was an esports tournament. Well, that was really great for our students. Many of them signed up. It was hosted and run by Orange County Department of Ed that promoted positive coping skills instead of using tobacco or other drugs. Crisis response team, I know that is actually going to be talked more about later on, but that has been a very huge support. Just even having a district level team and an Orange County Department of Ed that comes and supports us. This year we had college interns or university interns from National University, Azusa, Pacific, and USC. And they've been able to provide additional support through individual and group counseling, crisis support, conflict resolution, academic counseling, and much more. They have been a huge support in the counseling department. And then last but not least, we do have Titan After School Program. As you guys know, ACEs, they also are a big support with our students after school with learning and providing other enrichment activities. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Roxanne Bogart, sixth grade teacher at Beatty. As we began to build the culture of our new school in 2020, the Beatty Middle School staff knew that we wanted literacy to be at the core of everything that we did, which is where our school-wide reading was created. This year, our reading is the book Refugee by Alan Gratz, which is a story that revolves around 3 children and their families who became refugees during pivotal moments in history: the Holocaust, the Cuban refugee crisis, and the Syrian refugee crisis. All the staff at Beatty Middle School have read the story, and they are implementing components of the book, concepts and themes into their classroom lessons to foster the development of globally aware citizens. Students have completed experiments on density and ocean currents. They've written poetry, and they've learned about current refugee issues around the world. Working alongside our Apple coaches, students have created movie posters, they've written graphic novels to accompany the story, and they've also created movies in which they took on the perspective of one of the characters and told their story. Our ASB is leading the way with a fundraising event titled Rise for Refugees, where all of our proceeds will be going to the United Nations Refugee Agency. We're excited to display all of our Broncos' hard work in the Refugee Gallery at Open House. We invite you to join us on April 27th to see how the story of 3 brave children being forced out of their own country and looking to survive has taken hold of our Beatty Broncos and how it has impacted both our learning and our community. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Emily Bruins. I'm a science teacher and also the medical science elective teacher. And I'm also a member of the PBIS team. And we just want to give you a little bit of perspective from the kind of the teacher side of how PBIS has impacted our campus this year. We've done a lot of work with our tier 1 training and kind of resetting what we want our culture to be at Beatty, moving from a middle school or an elementary school to a middle school, coming out of the pandemic, blending staffs, having students who'd been there since kindergarten and having students who'd never set foot on the campus. There was a lot to bring together. And so that has been some of our goal as we're working forward to create this new community of Beatty Middle School. So some of the things that we've done this year, we've had our kickoff celebration where we were not only celebrating kids, but letting them know what our expectations are for their behaviors in different areas of the school. When we come back from a break, so winter break, spring break, we usually have a little reminder assembly of things that we want to focus on. Again, welcoming them back. The whole focus is very positive. We had a really great one coming back from spring break where students participated in an online game competing against each other and stealing points from each other. It was really positive. They really enjoyed that. We're currently in the middle of working on our matrix for LEAD. So that is more forward steps. So we're looking for, we have another training session coming up here, April 27th, where we will be working on that. Our PBIS rotations are where we literally take students by the hand around the school and talk about what we want them to do in each area. And we ask them to give us examples of good behavior and then give us non-examples and then talk about what's good about the positive behavior so that everybody is clear on what they should be doing. It gives staff and just an empowering sense of control because we know you've heard this. Can you tell me what you should be doing? And students really have no way of wiggling out of that because it's been gone over and they know. And students who need more support with it get more support, and students who do exactly what they should be doing get rewards. So this year we've rolled out Bronco Bucks. We've had Hero Points, which are a little more digital, but Bronco Bucks are a little more tangible for those students who need something in their hand. So we're handing out Bronco Bucks when we catch people doing the right thing, like wearing their ID first thing in the morning, for participating well in class. We also up the ante with our Golden Buck, kind of like the Willy Wonka golden ticket. So that's worth 50 Bronco Bucks and was allowed to be put in the big raffle for the ginormous prizes, which was really positive. We had our first big raffle here right at the end of third quarter, where we had some donated items like a TV, some tablets and bands, shoes, and smaller things like gift cards. So students were able to use their bucks or hero points. They're also allowed to purchase things from our student stores like school new lanyards, school supplies, things that are interest to them. So this program is helping students be engaged in the campus. It's helping them stay engaged in the classroom by allowing them to have things that they need. And it's been helping teachers reach out to students who maybe could drift away a little bit and bring them back into where are we supposed to be? What are we supposed to be focused on? And how can we get there? Thank you.
I wanted to speak a little bit about Apple coaching. You know, at Beatty, we're excited because all of the fall semester, we really worked with our teachers to get them to be Apple recognized teachers. And 100% of the teachers at Beatty are currently Apple recognized teachers. So we're super excited about that opportunity. And ultimately that means that, you know, they are masters of navigating, you know, things like a MacBook and an iPad, and they know the different features and the apps and how to support students in the classroom, engage with them digitally. And, you know, it's not an easy fit. It takes time and dedication to really go through that process. And so, you know, we're really proud of that opportunity that, you know, our teachers engaged in, and again, with the best interests of students in mind. So we're definitely excited about that, and to be recognized as a school that their teachers are, or our teachers are 100% Apple teacher recognized. Also, some of the way that our Apple coaching supports at Beatty is through specific class topics, right? So the focus at Beatty has been going deeper in learning and providing student choice. And you can see from the first diagram that has a different colors and percentage schemes on it. You know, it really is about helping students to build and foster their own engagement and learning. So just looking at 7% of our students building foundational skills around using technology for learning and teaching, 40% fostering creativity and enhancing productivity, 20% meeting the needs of diverse learners, 24% designing lessons for deeper student learning, 7% managing iPad devices during student learning experiences, and 3% integrating coding into our curriculum. And one of the things that we were super excited was that there was an opportunity that our 6th grade students had, in particular with Ms. Bogart, to get our 6th graders to do some core coding intro. And that was exciting just to see that grade level really engage in coding and understanding. So in essence, it's preparing our students to take on these elective courses as they continue to move up in grade level. And the other diagram, the diagram shows the SAMR model by Dr. Ruben Puentedura, which really focuses on substitution, augmentation, modification, and redefinition. And so if we want to look at, you know, which one is a higher learning or lower learning on that spectrum, M and R, which are modification, which modification is technology allows for redesign, and redefinition, where technology is used in creating new tasks. That's where our students scored higher on. Right. And so that's really telling again of the work that is happening with Apple, the work that they're doing and engaging in their classroom, whether it's math, history, science. So we're definitely excited. And so students become creators and publishers of their own work across the multiple forms of media. And that's what excites us, and that's what engages us and our students every day.
Hello again. I just wanted to talk a little bit about one of the examples of how the Apple coaching was in my 8th grade English honors classroom. It's the first example on the top. I know it's a little bit small, but I just wanted to explain one of the ways that I used it. So students use the Freeform app, which is a new app that's available. And so what we did is the students were trained at the beginning of our book clubs. And so each student was in a book club. And as they were reading the book each week, they were building on their thinking. So I gave them the objective. What I want you to show is that you're tracking your thinking over the course of the book, and show me how your thinking is changing, and several different thinking maps that they could use. The example you see here is a timeline, which the student used to build out the timeline of the author of the book. This was for nonfiction book clubs. Other students created concept maps. Some students were able to, like the example you see here, include pictures, but some included videos, and they found websites and other things to connect their thinking and track their thinking as they were reading over the course of the novel.
The 2 pictures that you see in the bottom, those are flip lessons that the students in Ms. Sarkar's math class did. And really it was, the lesson was focused on rigid transformation. So students used Keynote, they used animation, translation, and voice recorded. So they actually recorded their voice and movement, highlighting exactly what's happening in this particular diagram. So again, it's very excited to see our students engage with this type and level of learning. And to close off, I want to highlight something that's very special to me, and that's the Principal's Posse. I created that this year. And the idea was to create an opportunity for one student from every first period class to be a part of Principal's Posse. Students were selected at random. There was no real gimmick to how they were selected, and they are the voice at Beatty. I sit with them every other month and we have a conversation about what are your concerns? What are your wants? What are your needs? What do you see happening? How can we continue to change and, you know, engage with our students? And so we started in November. This past month in March, we had another meeting. So we've met in November, January, and March. It's been every other month, but as we move into next year, we're definitely going to be meeting every month. And ultimately, the idea is for these students to get feedback from their peers, but also to be able to take information back. And so the students have been a little bit shy about what that's like. And so it's really getting them to kind of use their voice and be that the eyes and ears for their peers and share. And one of the things that we're working with in connection with our Apple coaching support is for them to create PSAs around safety, around how do we connect with others? How do we build community? And it's just been very excited to see the students from November. Again, I've only met with them once every other month, but from November to March, just to see how they've been a little bit more open and more willing to engage and have conversations. So I'm super proud of the work that they're doing and grateful for the information that they share back, because that also informs me, it informs our teachers of what things we also need to be mindful of. So thank you for the opportunity. This was a video where, you know, we do our Bronco charge, but I do want to say that none of what you saw today would be possible without the support of our teachers, without the support of our staff. I mean, they really put in the time and the effort to make this happen. And obviously my hats off to all of you here. Thank you so much. You know, it does, you know, the African-American proverb does say, you know, it takes a village, and I'm grateful that I have my village here with me and that we're focused on really building our students and engaging our students, being there for them, and being a community within Beatty Middle School. So I'm proud of every single one of our staff, of our teachers, of the work that they do. And, you know, I couldn't be at a better school site. So thank you for that opportunity. Earlier today, I did give our students a little bag, so you can go ahead and give the bag to the person whose name is on it. So on behalf of Beatty Broncos, we wanted to present our trustees with a little gift, if you will. So please go ahead. Sorry, Dr. Cantu, sorry, cabinet. But we wanted to present our board members. Thank you very much. Yeah, you know,
Thank you.
one of the things that we've been really proud of is you know, the grand jury made a decision in January to have all secondary schools wear their IDs, right? So it's something that we're really working on. So in an effort to continue that, you know, role of ensuring that our students wear IDs, we wanted to present our trustees with their ID to make you our honorary Bronco.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I did now want to make sure that we recognize our Broncos who've done such an amazing job this year. You know, these Broncos truly exemplify what it means to lead the way, but also really ignite the passion for learning and really highlight our board initiatives and our district initiatives. And, you know, I couldn't be prouder of the work that they've done and our teachers as well. And so we'll start off with our 6th grade students. We do want to recognize our Bronco, Eric Johnson. We want to recognize our Bronco, Allison Choi. Now we'll move on to 7th grade. We want to recognize our Bronco, Stacy Gonzalez. are Bronco Maxwell Burciago. We'll go on to eighth grade. Are Bronco Narali de Avila Carlos. And last but not least, are Bronco Brandon Avalos.
And then we'll have our board join us. Then after we take pictures with the board, we'll ask our staff to do that. Everyone, please join me in a big round of applause for our speaker.
Can I just make a comment? Are we able to?
Sure. Yes.
I just wanted to thank all the staff and Dr. Valdez for the great school report. I always am amazed when I hear the middle school reports because when I had kids there, they would never tell you anything. I'm sure like the parents sitting here are like, oh, really? All this happens? Because they just come home and they're just like, it was okay. So I just please let the parents know about all the amazing things that are happening because they really need to know because the kids do not tell them anything. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. We love all the work that you're doing.
Yeah, I just want to thank Dr. Valdez and staff and students for being here. This didn't make my decision any easier because I'm gonna have a soon-to-be middle schooler, so it's gonna be tough. I'm sure she's gonna be going through my year, but I appreciate that we have two options, right? We're kind of treating this like a college scenario where it's 60-40. The student's gonna have to, we're gonna let her decide where she wants to go, right? It's not 100% parent driven. So I appreciate the report. I appreciate everything that was reported to us because as Ms. Amar said, in the past, we weren't getting much and now we are getting a lot more information that's available to us and given to us. So my daughter's decision is not going to be any easy. I know she's coming home from dance practice and listening to the meeting where she was at. So her ears are perking right now. So hopefully we'll see what happens when I get home. But I appreciate everybody being here and the information that was provided to us as a board. Thank you.
Thank you all. And students, if you would like to take your parents home to either do homework or to celebrate, you may do so now. Thank you. Our next report, Safe and Drug-Free Elementary and Middle School Campuses, will be presented by Dr. Simonowski. As we all know, in light of the recent tragedies around our nation, locally, and some of the events on our campus has spurred me to want to dig deeper into how we can bring awareness to how to keep campuses safe, how to prevent, and how to prepare for any instance that may occur on our campus throughout our district. As I shared with parents, this is what keeps us up at night, how to ensure that our students and our staff and any community members that happen to be on our campus remain safe. So Dr. Simonowski will be sharing with you our measures that we have in place at all levels, tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, and upcoming considerations we have for our board to ensure that we can do and are doing all we can to keep everyone safe in our district. Dr. Simonowski.
Hey, good afternoon, good evening, Board President Shedd, members of the governing board, Interim Superintendent Dr. Cantu, Executive Cabinet, guests, and members of the audience join us here in person or virtually. My name is Dr. Elsie Briceño Simonowski. I am the proud Director of Student and Community Services, and I am delighted to share with you a very important topic, but I am delighted because of the great work that our organization has done, continues to do, and where we are looking towards in the future moving forward as a great organization and with our community. So the Safe and Drug-Free Schools Communities Act, or what we call SDFSC, as Title IV of the Part A of our federal government became effective back in July of 2002. So it's been almost 20 something years since it's been institutionalized. The purpose of our Safe and Drug-Free Schools is to support programs that prevent violence in and around schools, that prevent the illegal use of alcohol, drugs, tobacco, and that involves our parents and communities, and that are coordinated with related federal, state, school, and community efforts to foster a safe and drug-free learning environment to support all students and staff in academic learning and achievement for all. So we believe in Buena Park School District that research validated effective drug and violence prevention programs will both prevent risk behaviors and create a safe and disciplined drug-free school that's conducive to high academic standards for all, as what you heard this evening at Beatty Middle School, amongst all of our other thriving elementary and middle schools. The programs that you're going to hear this evening are programs and services that we've selected to highlight for you this evening that are regularly either evaluated through the California Healthy Kids Survey, the LCAP input, MTSS initiatives, and most recently our panorama screening, which our teachers are still working on. We believe that a comprehensive drug and violence prevention program with age-appropriate and developmentally based activities must be coordinated with schools, community-based services, and our educational partners alike. Oh, we're on the first slide, perfect. So I wanted to provide you on this slide some local, state, and national trends on safety. What we know today is the incredible amount of trauma, crisis, whether it's individuals who are victims or witnesses to abuse, or even what we call secondary trauma, is that we accept and take all students in regardless of the walks of life that they come into our doors and walk into our classrooms with. So what I'd like to share with you is just some broader national statistics that we've been able to glean from the National Center for Drug Abuse Statistics. So one of the statistics I'd like to share with you this evening, or a few of them, is among Americans aged 12 years and older, there's over 37 million were currently involved with illegal drug use. Again, this is national news within the last 30 days. Thank you. 13% of Americans 12 and over use drugs in the last month, which is a 3.8% increase each year. 59 million, or what we're identifying as 21% of people ages 12 and over, have used illegal drugs nationally or misused prescription drugs within the last year. And then 138 million, or 50% of people ages 12 or over nationally, have illicitly used drugs in their lifetime. 138 million of Americans ages 12 and over drink alcohol. 28 million or 20% of those Americans, children, have an alcohol use disorder. And of the highest, 57.277 million people use tobacco or nicotine products, what we call vapes. To break it down from middle, high school and beyond, 47% of young people use an illegal drug by the time they graduate from high school, or other users within the last 30 days include 5% from 8th graders nationally, 20% of 10th graders nationally, and 24% of 12th graders nationally. What we've seen most recently is a 12-month opioid usership amongst Americans 12 and over, and that has recently declined from 8% from 2019 to 2020. What we know about opioids is that taking them for a longer than 3-month period increases the risk of addiction 15 times more than persons in acute pain rarely needed more than 7 days. So these national statistics are very similar to what we're seeing in Orange County. Again, we're seeing drugs, alcohol, opioid, fentanyl, which I know you heard. I came up here back in November with our team from our health services talk about that. We see a replication of that in those national trends here locally too. So the second thing I want to share with you in the presentation of an overview is our district safety priorities. So there are 5 elements that we use as some guiding practices or principles within our district. Our first one is our safe school plan. The second one is our Senate Bill 541, which is our school lockdown drills and multiple response drills. The next one is, as we look at Assembly Bill 1747 on comprehensive safe school plans, safety elements and safety resources. When we look at fire drills, earthquake drills, lockdown drills, shelter in place drills, a lot of those best practices as we prepare ourselves in the event of a true emergency. And then finally, improving collaboration on school safety issues. And again, this is a really important highlight that I'm very proud of, and you'll hear in the presentation on suggestions on working with students, parents, community residents, and law enforcement personnel. The third thing I'll be sharing with you is the multi-tiered system of support, or tier 1 and tier 2. And so in this tier, as I know that you've heard several presentations on MTSS, I'm really proud to share with you the social emotional components in the MTSS model and how it addresses, and as we look at safety and drug-free schools for all students, the different needs that we're addressing at tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. The second one is the alignment of the entire system that includes all students, supports, and resources. And the third one is the implementation of continuous improvement at all the levels of the system. And then finally, I'll be sharing with you the recommended additional strategies. And so that, in a nutshell, is really based on the research, what the national, local, and our own internal statistics and data share. From, as I shared earlier, panorama screening, our MTSS data, even discipline data, parent meetings. I know Dr. Cantu and Mrs. Centeno have attended some with me, so we're definitely gathering some local data informally, but also formally. So a lot of these data are yet to come. I'm going to be sharing with you what some of those recommended additional strategies are this evening. So I'm excited to share with you, based on our input, that it is a very sound research-based approach to the work that we've done, continue to do, and what we're looking to move forward as we soar into next year. Next slide, please. So before I start into the LCAP and MTSS crosswork, just to kind of calibrate and center our thinking in the work of safe and drug-free schools, I want to acknowledge a lot of the people that are behind a lot of this work day in and day out, put in countless hours. And so joining me with me this evening is we have the Buena Park Police Department. We have our school resource officer Gettner, and our high school, actually not our high school, but our feeder high school school resource officer Rubakava joining us. We have also members of our different teams that we use for safety measures. I have Claire, our district nurse lead, who's joining us. Also, our crisis responders that are joining us this evening. I'll be talking about that. We have Liz, who's our district psychologist. We have Rachel, who is one of our site psychologists. And we have Jody, who you heard earlier is our school counselor. So again, there is a lot of knee-deep work that goes in on this. Our principals that are joining us too, they're right by our sides. And so this is a huge effort that I want to continue to thank Dr. Cantu in the work that we do. It's not easy, but having a great team like this makes it easy for a lot of us. So I'm proud of them and them joining me this evening. So as we look at the LCAP and MTSS crosswalk, the interconnectedness between our district LCAP is really through the clear interaction of services through three arenas: the conditions of learning, the engagement, and then the pupil outcomes. So many times when we look at the conditions of these areas, a lot of times we consider academic needs, so reading, math, science, a lot of those data sets. And so what I want to share with you is when we look at school safety, these are definitely the same best practices and protocols that we follow, whether we're using it to determine funding, programs, or services based on hard data and needs that we have in our community. So as you're aware, MTSS is an evidence-based model of schooling that incorporates data to ensure that there is a problem-solving method that integrates academic, behavioral, and social emotional instruction and intervention, but also programs and services. So the philosophy of this really is to make sure that we're very intentional about the programs and services that we've designed and to ensure that we're increasing the intensity as the levels increase in our MTSS matrix. Next slide. So this, oh, excuse me. So this is really the essence and the heartbeat of the work that we do. In this slide, you'll see that I'm going to provide an outlook on the continuum of tiered supports, awareness, prevention, and preparation. So when we look at services for all, we want to highlight for you these initiatives as required, again, for the safety and as a part of the Safe Schools Act. We want to highlight the work after extensive research and review, the following research validated or best practices, curricula, services or programs. And so the first one is our District Safety Committee, which is also led by Mr. Mike Magbu as we look at CSSPs. The school safety plans, looking at staff and parent training or workshops. The most recent one that we had was our fentanyl training and awareness. And so I'm really proud that actually, I think we were the first K-8 district to offer that and the first K-8 district to actually implement a board policy on that. And so I commend you for that innovation and forward thinking and keeping everybody safe with those policies. The other part is looking at specialized training for staff, and we monitor monthly drills and debriefs. So whether it's a fire drill, an earthquake drill, a lockdown drill, making sure that we run those, and we also run those at different points in time. So not just during the regular school day, but having conversations about maybe running a drill after school or before school as we continue to evolve. Looking at the PBIS rotations, I believe at all of our presentations that the schools have shared so far, a lot of them share the PBIS work that they're proud of and really how they're getting all their staff and students involved in what those expectations are, but also how to reward and highlight the students for having and showing those best practices and modeling great behavior and expectations. We also have our annual notifications that we share with our parents, guardians, and students. And that's basically what we do as our legal disclaimer, if you will, to all of our parents and community members about what's coming out, what's new, how we operationalize systems. And I want to acknowledge one of my silent partners, Erin McPhillips, who actually worked so hard with me during the summer as we calibrate all those expectations together and roll it out so nicely for our community. The other part that I'm really proud of is our recently this year, we had a handbook training. And so our nurse, Claire, and then I know with our student services and our counselors, we actually have handbooks in our department. And I'm excited about that because again, that streamlines the safety protocols and procedures that we're doing in health services, that we're doing with counselors and student services. There's a lot of unfamiliarity still that I think that we're uncovering and learning as a newer department with our schools and our community. And so we have handbooks and policies to share. It really not just only informs everybody, but it also makes them aware of what the situational awareness is, depending on what the, whether it's a crisis, a program, or need that bubbles up during the year. Regularly updating our board policies or implementing new board policies. And then counseling and nurse/health services and care. I just want to take a moment on behalf of all of us in our department and ed services, but those that are right behind me, our nurse and our counselors that are there, because they know the incredible amount of work that goes in day out with counseling and health services, but we would not be able to be as successful as we are today without your support and guidance. And so having a counselor at every site, increasing the nurses that we have, thank you, thank you, thank you for that. I know our teachers appreciate that. I know our staff appreciate that. And more than anything, I will tell you that our parents do appreciate those extra supports too. So they trust them, they rely on them, and they really feel that they're incredibly special and valued in every one of the schools that they serve. Character Strong and Panorama Screening is some of the newer work that evolved during COVID, but really focusing and targeting on the mental health and wellness of our students, and really taking kind of a dip, if you will, on that wellness factor that we're looking at students when they're coming in through the doors. As we look at the sum or that column 2, we're looking at the California Healthy Kids Survey. Again, as I shared earlier, that is another data set or point that we look at. We're looking at rolling that out later this year. I believe we're looking at April or May to have our community take that survey. And I know we have a very specific grade levels that we look at taking that survey. So we get that input and then we make those recommendations based on the feedback. Growing community partnerships in all arenas for safety, health, and wellness. Crisis response team, you have 3 of those crisis responders that are here. I like to call them when we're all together, the 5, like they're the Avengers, right? They come in, they're ready to get the job done, and they do it with a smile. We talk about just the impact and the support. And again, we've had, as we continue to have, whether crisis incidents or just incidents where we know we need to be present, they get told time and time again from teachers or staff, just the fact that you're here, thank you. It makes a difference just to know that our school communities have that extra support. We have restorative practices. Again, I want to thank Dr. Cantu for that, and the Panorama Playbook and Second Step for really having the vision of that restorative practice, making sure that we're exhausting our interventions before we look at discipline or other means of correction. And so I thank her for those resources and being a great thought partner with me on that work. Too Good for Drugs, base education, deterrent strategies is also something that I think when we look at interventions for students, ways that we can support them instructionally to provide the education or the prevention. Sometimes we have parents that tell us, I've not had that conversation about tobacco, drugs, or anything else. So can you help me? And so what's nice with base education, it does provide a platform for parents to have those learning opportunities as well as our students. Deterrent strategies, what we're looking at is cameras, but also there's other things that we look at as deterrent strategies. We have our school resource officers who do that, but they also do so much more than that. They're prevention, they intervene, they provide that support. And the same thing with GRIP, with our probation officers, our district attorneys, our gang police force. I know we've had some great partnerships with them in the past, and we're continuing to see how they can support us as we move forward with GRIP. And then that tier 3, again, as a part of that MTSS, we're looking at what, after all of these things that we've implemented and support, what else is next, or what are the other options that are out there? So we talk about suspensions and expulsions. Those are things that are out there that, again, when we have to go there, we do. There is clear law and ed code that says when those need to be exercised, we have those avenues and protocols in place. We have actually a handbook on suicide prevention, intervention and postvention and reentry plans. Outside agency referrals, whether we're looking at hospitalization or even home hospital as a temporary place, as a soft space for some of our students to land when we have a crisis or there is an incident that occurs at home or not at home. Critical threat assessments. It's actually been really nice, Mr. Magbu. We had a training, we call it on the Blue Book. We're looking at, threat assessments and how to respond to those accordingly. And then our partners at OCDE, the Crisis Response Network. You heard Dr. Valdez talk about the county coming over, OCIAC, EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, and then also most recently as a tiered the 3 intervention program, or support is the vape sense detectors. Next slide, please. So many great things. And so what's next? All right, lots of things. As we look at additional considerations, again, we do have data that talks about next steps. We have qualitative data, quantitative data. We have narrative, or the narratology. I like to say that sometimes the most powerful data is the narrative data that you hear, the stories. And so right now what we're looking at for your consideration and the district's, again, continuing to gather input is at tier 1, additional training for our staff, parents, and students. And so when we look at tier 1, we could look at additional threat assessment training, grants that we are looking at to continue that, but also parents. Our parents, as Dr. Cantu, Ms. Centeno, and I were at a school recently together, is parents want to learn. Parents want to be in the know. And then also, how do they navigate those conversations with their children? Also talking to students about safety, more training about also just the dangers of drug and alcohol use and abuse. So again, looking at additional training for the future. The second one, I'm actually Speak Up for Safety curriculum. And I know Mr. Magbu has did you want to talk a little bit about that one, sir?
So today we got notified by our partner Gaggle that we now have access to a program called Speak Up for Safety. The Speak Up for Safety provides anonymous access and tip line for texting, phone calls, or email. So anyone, parents, community, students, staff can actually email or text or call this number, and there's a 24/7 live support on that, whether they're listening to the audio, or they're talking directly with the student or the person making a safety tip, or they are communicating back and forth. And we have partnered with Gaggle. This is our second year partnering Gaggle out of the 5-year contract we have. Gaggle actually takes a look at what our students are doing. What are they searching for online? What are they saying or writing down in their documents on both Google platform and the Office 365 platform? In response to any actions that they deem questionable or a significant threat, they will reach out and contact the school personnel, the principal, assistant principals, the counselors. They'll reach out and contact the district. They'll reach out. And so every credentialed administrator at the district office has access and can be contacted 24/7 about any sort of situations. And then we respond accordingly. Dr. Simonowski and several of the members here have actually responded to these calls, sometimes 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. We are here to provide the support that's been really going on, gives the students another tier of support level that's not internal to us, but external, and someone who can vet these things without having any sort of bias opinion about it. If Gaggle finds threat serious enough, they will reach out and contact the police department for us on our behalf. Again, this is our second year, but this is the first time we've actually able to do this. And this was provided by Gaggle, our partner, at no cost to the district.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Magbu. And so the third one we're looking at is parent and community awareness forums, and then parent representatives on district and safety communities. So what we're really looking at is, again, we've got data, we've got resources and information, but we really want to bring our community involved with us, have our parents at the table with us or guardians at the table with us, gather their input. They're living in the community day in and day out. And so it's just really critical to get their perspective and input as we move forward in these programs and interventions together. When we look at tier 2, there's 2 things I want to highlight for that. And the first one is our school resource officer. And so a continuous support to our, continue to support with our school resource officer. So as we assess the needs and prioritize safety for all, we are continuing to work, and we have a great partnership with the Buena Park Police Department. Many times with our school resource officer, whether it's determining a threat, deterring safety issues, supporting, enhancing a focus area that a school might be working on, whether it's prevention, tobacco education, speaking with some of our parents. But again, a big support and deterrent strategy when we talk about safety as well. three things I want to share with you just as we gathered some data this year is that the great use of our school resource officers through the Department of Justice grants has allotted for physical presence, being a deterrent resource, and then prevention and intervention support. So we're really proud, and I want to thank Officer Gettner for being here and being a longstanding partner with us during the duration of our grant. And then the third one is our Canine Detective Services. So Education Code 48902B and then our board policy 5145.12B allows for canine detection services on school campuses. And I share this with you because this is something that's come up a couple of times from our community members and partners is the feedback by administration is that the functions under the directive of the site or district administrators to provide canines on campus. And so as you look at canine detection services, the goal would be to provide a deterrent and an additional emergency response solution in a situational, whether awareness or prevention deterrent or that visibility again of having our canines and their dog handlers on campus. We look at in conducting some research recently, what we do have is existing board policy to support the process. Our canines can detect illegal drugs, alcoholic beverages, community abuse drugs, and firearms and ammunition. It does require local law enforcement notification, so we'd have to work with the Buena Park Police Department to notify. And again, the goal is prevention. If we decide to explore this as an alternative or as an idea moving forward, we would have to, students shall be informed of the policy prior to the start of the school year. So we'd use our annual notifications as a part of that informational component prior to the start of the 23-24 school year or any other year after that. The last one is our mental health emergency crisis support and training is that we understand that we do have great crisis responders, but we also know that there's more to grow and learn together. With our added counselors, interns, county counselors, is that we do know that we need to involve more in the event of crisis responders, but also just the threat assessment training. And I know Mr. Magbu did a great job a year and a half ago. We brought that in as a part of a county grant, but we have new people. A refresher doesn't help. We learned it during COVID. And so just to bring that forward. And then also, I believe Dr. Cantu shared the homicidal threat assessment board policy about 2 months ago. And so that's something that we're going to have to be moving forward in as well in the event of these crisis season incidents and having parents, staff, trained in homicidal threats, staff trained, excuse me. So next slide, please. So I know there was a lot of information, but there is a lot of great work that's going on. And so again, I want to thank you as board members specifically. This could not be done without your vision, your support for our great organization, keeping all of our schools safe. I thank you on behalf of many for everything that you do for us. I also want to thank our interim superintendent, Dr. Cantu, for her courageous work as, my thought partner, my support, and also an anchor when things are going down and we got to respond. And I know I can call her at that 1 o'clock in the morning, like Mr. Magbu shared, if we're going through an incident together. And I want to thank the executive cabinet, specifically Mrs. Poteet and, Mr. Harrison, because it does involve personnel. It does involve money and resources. And I know that they're on the back end supporting that work. So thank you. And this concludes my presentation.
Any questions?
I do want to say something. I'm going to remove my board hat for a minute, and I just want to thank you and the staff as a parent for doing the hard work and bringing these conversations to light, right? It's easy to dismiss things and not know about it, but when we know about such information, I think it's very critical to just not as a parent, but as a district and a community. So I really want to thank everybody, and you thanked us for allowing us to do what we do, but I want to return that thank you to everybody that's doing the hard work, because of you, we have the knowledge and the information to make decisions that are just not going to impact our community, but it's also going to impact our entire school district. So I thank everybody from the bottom of my heart for this. As a parent and as a board member, I want to thank you for bringing these conversations to light and putting all the hard work. I've been out in the community. I see our resource officers. I see the police department. I speak with the community, but internally here in our district, everybody's doing a great job. putting all this information together for us so we can digest it and break it down and come up with the decisions that we come up with. So thank you.
Absolutely. My pleasure. On behalf of all of us, we thank you to it. We appreciate that. And one of the things I want to share with you is we do have some team members from our crisis response team because we work 24 hours a day. And when we're responding, emergencies happen, we want to make sure that we take care of our kids. So we wanted to provide you with the sample crisis care kits when we do home visits. So if I'm doing a home visit in the evening and these kids don't know me or us, and we want to make sure that they're okay and safe, this is a sample of some of the resources that we provide on those home visits or when we're checking in with kids, or even if our counselor, our psychologist, or our health clerk is checking in with kids at school. So whether it's we're getting to know them, and so we have what we call activities, or just some kind of stimuli to soothe, self-soothe, regulate. I know that there's better technical terms that these counselors and psychs know better than I, but how do we calm them so that they can really open up and share with us what they need? In addition, because, we do want to make sure that we're providing the right resources and education in the event that we have to do suicide prevention and education. We do have educational resources for our families there, and then just great old stress activities. And so you'll see some great samples that we do. The way that you have in the Ziploc bag is exactly how we give them to our kids at home. So I just wanted to share that with you and just kind of give you a little sample or highlight of what we do when we do these crisis care kits for our students and families.
Could you have your team stand up for a moment, please?
I would be more than delighted. So I'm going to have our team up here in the front. We have Rachel Rathjen, who is a school psychologist. She's at Whitaker. We have Liz Madariaga. She's our district psychologist. That's here in our student services office. We have Jody Redingius, who is our school counselor at Beatty. And in the back, we have Officer Gettner from the Buena Park Police Department. We also have our school resource officer, and he's our partner on a lot of these things that happen sometimes, but we are thankful that you're here today, is Officer Rubakava. And then in the front, we have Claire Goodman, who's with her little right here. She is our district nurse lead. She's basically works everywhere at every site as needed, and she supports as a great anchor to our school nurses too, and our health clerks.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
I just wanted to, I was speaking to Dr. Cantu at our meeting on Friday, and I know that our psychologists or counselors are now probably under a lot of pressure, and I'd just like to know exactly what they're doing because, I know after COVID, a lot has happened with our kids. And so I asked her if you could present next time and tell us how that's going. So I know it's a lot more work for you, but I just really want everyone to hear like the load that you guys are all taking on and the need for even more support. And they won't know unless we talk more about it. So I hope that's okay with you.
Yes.
Happy to advocate and support and share the stories of what they're doing and learning. And again, because of COVID, as you shared, there's even more anxiety, trauma, crisis. There's a lot of these things that are unveiling to us, and it takes time to build that relationship. These are the right people that are building those relationships so we can learn what kind of services that we need to look at moving forward. So absolutely, we'll work on that.
Thank you.
And just in conclusion, one of the things that we've become greatly aware of is how important it is to partner with our parents and our community members like the Buena Park Police Department, our Boys and Girls Clubs, and other places where our students may visit routinely. We hear from our parents that we try to give them communication, but oftentimes the communication builds some anxiety and often leaves them wanting more communication. And also our parents have reminded us that as adults, we can use some strategies to calm ourselves down, to move on. And oftentimes we forget that our students aren't able to move on unless they have our support. And so moving forward, I've asked Cabinet to create kind of a heightened awareness team where we include more parents, at least 1 or 2 parents from every school site. We have district and site leaders, where we have community leaders and those with great expertise like our crisis intervention team to meet regularly. We know that parents have their ear to the ground, and some of us who don't have kids at that age on TikTok may not know some of the things that are pressing our kids to make maybe need some support in making better decisions. Or we know what we are doing to support safety at our school sites, but our parents may not know. And so I think it would behoove us all to make sure that we hear from our parents what is needed to keep families and schools and staff safe. And then we in turn can use our experts to build a better plan or a more strategic plan as information comes to light. And so I think it is going to be a campaign that we have loud and clear throughout, not just our schools, but our entire district and across our community, so that we can quickly and more knowledgeably respond to any needs that arise at our school sites. Thank you, Dr. Simonowski.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, we have had great presenters tonight,
Does that mean
and we still have one more. We have one more.
Yes, Director Sari Wong, who has the responsibility of our GATE program, district-wide GATE program, will share tonight how our students are found eligible to participate in GATE program, the activities that we have for them, and the instructional program that they have during the day, and the training for our teachers. Wong?
Good evening, Board President Shedd, governing board members. Can you hear me now? Good evening, Governing Board President Shedd, our governing board members, Interim Superintendent Dr. Cantu, our cabinet members, and also our guests. At this time, I'm going to be going over our GATE program report for this school year. And if we can go to the next page. So for tonight's report, I will be reviewing our program goal. We'll be going over the models of GATE that we have at the Buena Park School District, our GATE identification timeline, as well as how we measure our students to be GATE identified, the different types of GATE activities that had occurred this year, both at our school site and as a district, and then looking at next school year, what is next for us. So if we can look at the next slide. So we will be continuing on with our program goal, which is the Buena Park School District GATE program is designed to meet the needs of those children who demonstrate the capacity for high levels of thinking and or scholastic achievement. The goal is to nurture their unique talents, abilities, and interests, and to extend their educational experiences so they may reach their fullest potential. So what does GATE look like and what does GATE sound like? So in the classrooms for our students, we encourage our students to have inquiry-based learning for them to build that skill, to ask questions, and also for our students to dive deeper into problem solving and critical thinking. We want to build awareness of our students that there are choices and really building that student agency. And also we want to provide opportunities for our students to accelerate and also give enrichment activities for our students to just go beyond their classrooms and to experience different opportunities for our students to expand their skills. With Buena Park School District, we've had the model of at Emory School to have self-contained GATE classes. So this means that for our 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders, there are specific classes where only our GATE identified students will be. And also as there are room for students, the site level will decide what students may be included in those classrooms so that they can get that additional challenge as well too. So currently at Emory School, we do have 1 3rd grade GATE class, 2 4th grade GATE classes, and 1 5th grade GATE class. Another model that we have at our school district is GATE clusters. So at our remaining 4 elementary school sites, we have GATE clusters, which means that in our 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade classes, our students will have GATE identified students in clusters. And in those groups, our students will have differentiated instruction and small group instruction to meet the needs of our GATE identified students at those school sites. For middle school, we have our honors program. Not necessarily do our students need to be GATE identified to be in these honors program classes. They go through an application process, whether they're in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, and they'll be able to go through the process of providing an application, getting teacher recommendation, looking at our student academic achievement as well too, to see if an honors class will be an appropriate placement for the students. Next page, please.
That's at both campuses, correct?
That's at both campuses, yes.
So with our gate identification timeline, we've been maintaining this timeline for the last 2 years. We did push up our gate identification time to be at an earlier date in the school year. So in October, we do issue out a notification to parents, letting parents know that we will be starting our gate testing. Our parents do have an opportunity to opt their child out of being tested. November and December are the months that we start our gate testing and conclude in December. And during the months of January and February is when we go through that rigorous process of looking at the different measures and identifying students as gate. And in February, I think this day was the last day of February that issued out notification to parents, letting them know if their child was identified as gate or if they have not. And we do have an upcoming GATE parent workshop where we will be inviting all current GATE students or parents, as well as our new GATE parents to that meeting to acclimate them in to providing further support of their students at home. Next slide. To briefly go over what our GATE identification looks like. So for us to identify students as GATE, we look at multiple measures. The first and foremost measure that we look at is the aptitude and ability of our students. And we look at this through a test called the Cognitive Abilities Test Screener. We also call it COGAT. And within this screener, there's 3 batteries that we measure our students in. We look at the verbal, we look at the quantitative, we also look at the nonverbal components of our students. To go a little bit further with our COGAT screener, all of our second grade students are given this assessment, of course, other than our parents that have decided to opt out their child. And then we also give our 3rd through 7th grade students and parents an opportunity to request for their child to be assessed again with the screener. Of course, the recommendations may come from the parents and the recommendations may come from a teacher as well too, with parent permission. The COGAT test is a test that we take online, and our second grade students tests are untimed, and it is led by the teacher. And then our 3rd to 7th grade teachers, it is a test assessment where it is self-led with the students. The second measure that we look at for GATE identification is looking at our students' achievement, academic achievement. So we look at their iReady scores, we look at their writing scores, and we can also look at their task scores if they're 3rd through 7th grade students. And in addition to that, we do ask our teachers to complete a GATE characteristic rating scale and to help us identify students to see if they do have these different specific skill sets that our GATE students may have. Next slide. So looking a little bit into data of the number of students that are GATE identified at our school district. So for next school year, we will have a total of 310 students that will have been identified as GATE. And this current school year, we have 270 students. So there's been a slight increase of the total number of GATE students that have been identified that would be effective next school year. And in this chart, you'll see a breakdown by school site of the number of students that are identified as GATE. For newly identified GATE students, so for the 22-23 school year, we had a total of 75 newly identified GATE students, and we had about 528 total students tested that year to be identified. For next school year, and they were tested this year, we had a total of 92 students that were newly identified as GATE, and we had a total of 575 students that took the COGAT screener. In addition to that, as we mentioned briefly at our last GATE report, we really wanted to encourage our students that have not been officially identified as GATE, but those students that we felt that GATE opportunities, enrichment opportunities will provide a great challenge for our students. So we have identified students as Scholar Advanced. So these are students that has not quite met the GATE identification, but we have identified as will benefit from the opportunities that are given. So for this school year, we had a total of 50 students that have been identified as Scholar Advanced. And then moving into next school year, we'll have a total of 32 students. And I must say, for the 50 students that were identified last year, for this year, for the Scholar Advanced, many of those students retook the COGAT screener and did go into the identified number as well too. Hence, you see a little bit of a decrease with the Scholar Advanced numbers. Next slide. So to share a little bit about the great GATE activities that are occurring at our school site. If you see here, you see a picture on the left side. It's the floor challenge. It's actually FLUOR, not FLOU, or I think it did an automatic spell check there. You see a picture of above and then to the left bottom. This is our GATE students at Emory School, where they were given a challenge to build a ball run. So they got paper, it's very simple, paper, tape, string, a ping pong ball, and for them to devise a ball run to see whose ping pong will go the furthest. And they had different point systems or whatnot. So they had a whole group 3rd, 4th, 5th grade challenge that you see in those pictures. And in the pictures to the right, this is something that we've been starting as Define Learning. It's the project-based learning platform and that we have introduced to our GATE teachers. We're continuing on with the professional development for our students with Define Learning. So this is one project that our teachers have identified. It's something called Backpack Designers. So our students are given an opportunity to build their own backpack prototype. So it comes with math and engineering practices that they need to utilize for students to not only build a backpack prototype, but also present it as they will be presenting it right in front of different companies to sell their product. So those are some pictures there of our students participating in that project-based learning. The next slide, you will see our Super Saturday GATE event that was hosted at Beatty School as a site GATE activity. So Mr. Mike McDonald and Mrs. Kirsten Kim brought this activity to our students. So we had our Beatty Middle School students as well as our 5th grade Whitaker and Emory GATE students, since they are the feeder schools. They were invited to participate in the Super Saturday event at Beatty. And as you can see there were many different types of engineering activities our students needed to participate in. One includes building a debate podium, and it was quite rigorous and hard work for them to really utilize their engineering skills to do that. There is a solve a mystery box where you see those question marks there. They had to literally stick their hands into this mystery box, fill whatever's in there. They had to build it out of memory of what they felt. So it was quite challenging. There's that recreate widget where they had to look, note, and recreate that without having that model in front of them. There was that great sewer grate where students had to devise their own tool to get in those little holes to grab a tool to help with their engineering challenge. And lastly, we had some students build a car as well too. So as you can see here, our students were tasked with quite rigorous and challenging and complex activities. However, our students had a great time of learning during that time. Next slide are some district guided activities for our GATE students. So back in November, we had our Super Saturday for our elementary GATE identified students. We titled that or themed that as Bio Innovations, where our students were challenged with different types of activities that had to do with biomimicry, looking at nature and seeing how that can be put into innovative practices for today's use with tools or technology. So you'll see some pictures to the right there where they had to build a frog with Legos and do a challenge there. And you'll see the students below there in the picture at the Buena Park Middle School gym, where they had to do like a hands-on learning to pretend to be a predator and prey and see what type of adaptations they had to do, learning really the relationships between the different animals of how you needed to really physically survive right out in the wilderness. So it was a great time of, again, learning and fun for our students. We do have one more Super Saturday coming up for elementary students on May 20th, and this is going to be hosted at Beatty School and led by actually Mr. Mike McDonald and Ms. Kirsten Kim as well too, as we wanted to provide more opportunities for us, our students, to do the engineering challenge. So it is going to be called Innovation Convention. In addition to that, some of the GATE district activities include our parent workshops. We did have one in October, and as mentioned earlier, we'll have one more GATE workshop with the parents titled Beyond the Academic, Parenting Children Who Are Gifted, just to provide that additional support and information to our parents. In addition to that, as we would love to hear from our parents and love to hear from our GATE teachers, we do have a GATE committee and a parent advisory meetings which occur quarterly. And like I mentioned earlier, with the Define Learning project-based learning platform, we're expanding it to include our 6th grade teachers if they would like to join us for our upcoming training, as well as our newly certified GATE certified teachers will also have an opportunity to join this training so that they can provide our project-based learning to our students in their classrooms. And the last piece is GATE teacher certification. So if we can go to the next slide, I'm very excited to share that this school year we were able to provide opportunities for our teachers to get GATE certified. So we provided opportunities, whether it is asynchronous through a Canvas course for our teachers, and also provided an opportunity for our teachers to get GATE certified through an in-person training as well too. So this year we had a total of 16 teachers that are either completed or will be completing their certification. There's a couple of assignments left that needs to be turned in for them to get the certification, but we had a total of 11 in-person teachers who took the opportunity to do the in-person training, and 6 teachers that chose the Canvas asynchronous route. So we're happy to say by the end of the school year, we'll have a total of 64 teachers that are GATE certified at Buena Park School District. So whether it is at a school with a self-contained classroom or whether it is at our sites that have clusters, our students will be with teachers that are GATE certified so that they can meet the needs of all of our students. And for our next slide, just looking at next school year. You know, from the last 2 years, we did learn that getting our newly identified GATE list to sites were very important as they are planning for the next school year for the site administrators. So we'll continue to do that piece as well too. We have our GATE plan, but as we look at it, and I know that our consultant has also reviewed it and gave us a thumbs up, but we're always looking for ways to improve. So our plan looking forward to next school year is to enhance our GATE plan and really tying in our 3 pillars of rigor, equity, and quality even into our GATE plan as well too. We want to expand our professional development opportunities for our teachers, of course, specifically with the certification, but also just looking at differentiated instruction for our teachers, whether it is in a self-contained class or a cluster class. We want to really look at the different dimensions of differentiation when it comes to acceleration, depth and complexity, or novelty. Parent committees, we really want to build that where we have more parent voices. So we will be trying to really get more feedback and to get more parents onto our committee. So we'll be working on that, and we'll continue with our Buena Park speech program. As we've seen a lovely tournament that occurred last Saturday, we want to continue that on. And our students in GATE, we love to have them participate in competitions. And it's not only the day of competition, but it takes many, many after school hours for our students to get prepared for these competitions. So we'll be participating in Math Field Day. Of course, we have speech and debate, whether it is with Speech with Advantage or with our OCDL speech and debate, pentathlon and Math Olympiad. And we're always looking for different areas where we can participate and have our students have that opportunity to be challenged. So with that said, that concludes my GATE report. Are there any questions?
I have a comment. thoroughly enjoyed the Bio Innovations Saturday that you had in November. It was fantastic. And watching the kids use what they were seeing in nature and apply it to the new project that you had given them. I'm glad to see that the program is growing. I mean, you guys are doing a lot already, but I'm glad to see that you're getting new teachers certified. And it's such a great opportunity for our students. So thank you for this presentation.
Thank you.
I want to thank you as well, Siri, and I did forget to mention with my board comments about the chess masters. Everything you plan for the district is very well organized and it's just such a great success. So I really want to thank you. The kids have a blast when they're able to have that platform, whether it's through GATE or through any of the activities that they have after school or before school, and just giving them more platforms and, expanding it next year. We really appreciate that. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to the hearing session. The audience members may request to address the board on an item on or off the agenda. Per board bylaw 9323, individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the governing board on each agenda or non-agenda item. The board limits the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. The total time allowed for public comment shall be 30 minutes. Audience members wishing to address the board during the hearing session of the agenda should fill out a request to address a governing board form and turn it into the executive assistant prior to the board holding the hearing session. And I was just handed a card, so thank you. So let me call Carol Bright.
Good evening, Dr. Cantu and governing board members. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Carol Bright and I'm here representing Buena Park Teachers Association. I would like to start off by acknowledging and thanking the governing board for including the community, our students, our school staffs, and the Buena Park Teachers Association as valued stakeholders in the district search for our new superintendent. We thank you for understanding just how important it is not only to gather the input of all stakeholders, but to value and listen to what we have to contribute. And we thank the board for recognizing and including our members as valued stakeholders in this very important process. While meeting with the search consultants a few weeks ago, I listened that almost all of the board members here tonight mentioned what a great asset and strength the district staff is to the success of our district. I listened as the board talked about the dedication and selflessness of our staff and how many members of our staff have been with the district for decades and how our district is like a family. Our district is like a family. Many of our staff members decided decades ago at the beginning of their careers to make Buena Park School District their home. Many of our longtime staff decided to make the district their home because when they joined the district, it was clear the district wanted to offer the community the best by offering the best to its employees. Buena Park School District was able to recruit only the best candidates by offering one of the highest pay scales in the area and by being a district that regularly recognized and valued their staff with regular COLA increases. Increases we didn't even have to ask for, let alone argue over and fight for. Buena Park School District led the way in demonstrating it valued its community by recruiting the best employees and keeping the best employees. Many of us are still here. But our district is losing many of our newer and best staff members who are looking for a home to better paying neighboring districts. The district is starting to lose that family feeling, and fewer staff are staying and deciding to make Buena Park School District their home because fewer of us are feeling like we are valued members of a family. Many of our district's family are choosing to leave the district at the same time the district is losing valued family members to higher paying neighboring districts. The district is also finding it more and more difficult to recruit the best employees because the best can find better pay at nearby districts. It's Buena Park Teachers Association's hope that the district will prioritize its valued staff, not only so the district can retain the amazing staff members it has, but also so it can once again be in a position to recruit the very best. The district is losing many good candidates, and the ones that it does attract only see our district as a stepping stone rather than a place to call home. The district should position itself to be more competitive in order to encourage its recruits to stay and want to make Buena Park School District their home. It's hard for many staff members to feel like the district prioritizes them and the needs of the classroom when site staff continually have to deal with daily challenges such as not having confidently trained instructional aides in the classroom, dealing with sub shortages, and the lack of behavioral support in the classrooms. While site staff see a lack of support in such important areas, we continually see district resources going to an ever-growing administration staff at the district level. More and more resources are being diverted and spent at the district level rather than in the classrooms. It's Buena Park Teachers Association's hope that the district reprioritizes demonstrating the value and respect it claims to have for its family members. We hope the district recognizes that the community created here at Buena Park School District comes from and is formed and shaped by the amazing family it has employed as its staff. Our staff has demonstrated to the district just how much we value this community and have made the district our family through the hard work, dedication, and sacrifice demonstrated daily for this community. We hope that the district will find more ways to prioritize its staff so we feel like valued family members again. Thank you for your time.
That brings us to our action calendar. Acceptance of middle school Boswell Urban Garden Grant. It is recommended that the governing board approve the acceptance of the Boswell Urban Grant Award. Dr. Cantu?
Yes, we'd like to thank Shelley Edwards, our Buena Park Middle School teacher, for her continued strengthening of our Pathways program, not just at her middle school, but across both middle schools. She's continually looking for grants and other avenues to support the vision that they have for the sites and that we have for our district. So I do hope that the board will accept the grant for over $39,000.
All right, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, trustee Brutos. And do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, trustee Ahmad. Is there any discussion on the item? Or no discussion, the item will move, we will move the item for approval. All in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so motion passes 5-0. Approval of sale and disposal of surplus or obsolete furniture. It is recommended that the governing board declare the listed items surplus and dispose of them in accordance with board policy 3270 and education code sections 17545 and 17546. Dr. Cantu.
It's time for spring cleaning. As you know, our programs are growing and we need facilities, classrooms in order to have those programs at each school site. So it's with our, we hope that the board will approve to dispose of obsolete furniture so that we can make room for supporting our programs.
Okay, do I have a motion? Thank you, trustee Estrada. Do I have a second? Thank you, trustee Frutos. Is there any discussion on the item? Given no discussion, we will move to approve the item. All in favor? Aye, and I'm an aye. The motion passes 5-0. Approval to purchase technology supplies, technology equipment, technology software, and technology services from STS Education via CMAS, California Multiple Award Schedules Contracts. It is recommended that the governing board give approval to purchase from STS Education via the listed CMAS contracts. Dr. Cantu.
Yes, under the direction of Chief Mike McBoo, we want to make sure that we have the most updated materials as far as technology, software, and equipment so that we can continue the innovative practices that were showcased in our last innovative showcase of last week.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion? Motion. Thank you, trustee Chung. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, trustee Ahmad. Is there any discussion? All right, with no discussion, we'll move to approve the item. All in favor? And I'm an aye. The motion passes 5-0. Discussion calendar, Dr. Cantu.
Yes, it is time now to update our facilities master plan. And with any plan, we want to make sure that we have input for our governing board trustees. Chief Mafu will now present to you priorities for you to set for a master plan.
Thank you, President Shade and the governing board. We have a district master plan, and by law, we have to actually have a master plan for 5 years going on. And so master plan is actually put together by an architect that we hired out to actually provide information about our facilities and look at what's coming down, and we identify different types of things. So we're in the middle of this plan with our architect. What I'm going to show to you tonight and what we've presented to you in the past and in our Friday reports is the recommendations from the district to move forward. And these are needed facility changes or builds or programs that we need to do. Conversations from this have been from past superintendents, past board members, past discussions about construction, what we want to see here, what the board has done and moved, and this board in general has approved certain plans. They made decisions to move to another location, like when we built the Performing Arts building, and then when we built the Beatty locker room. What we have in the plan here and on the sheets in front of you is the list of items that we want to recommend. What we're asking the board to do is review these items, and not tonight, but in this week, when you take that document home with you, pick out your top 10. We're not saying that we are going to eliminate some of them. We want all these programs and options to move forward, but we have to actually do our due diligence and find the fiscal funds that will support them. So as we move forward with a living document, which is what our master plan is, we want to be able to identify what we can do now, what we can do in a little bit later, and what we might have to put out in 7 or 10 years from now. So if you could, as I go through these, take a moment to think about the different projects we're asking or recommending. And when we move forward, what projects really stand out for you? Or is there a project that's not listed that you would like to have us consider? So with that, and these are just alphabetical order, really. We haven't done all the NPRs. We have the NPRs in elementary school, and we kind of sort of did the NPR at Beatty when we did in 2018, when we did the modernization of that place, and we built a new STEAM lab there. We did a bunch of things to their stage and their audio systems. So we have this opportunity to now take the Buena Park Middle School's NPR and redo that, including possibly redoing some stage stuff there and making another auditorium style in that location. This is pending if the board decides to go through for next bond project. All right. Classroom technology upgrades, these are constantly ongoing. The cost of replacing things is increasing exponentially. Some vendors that we've used in the past are no longer there. The manufacturers no longer make that product. So we need to move on to other options. We also talked about converting the Beatty Library to a performing arts stage or performing arts building, and moving the Beatty Library to another location on Beatty campus. Curb appeal. We've really done a great job at Whitaker with the curb appeal, right? Pendleton's going to be a really wonderful site when we get there, that curb appeal. Now it's time for us to step up and do some things. Now, some of the curb appeal we can do will be done with current district funds. With some of the curb appeal, we're going to have to go out and find some additional funding for that. Electric vehicle infrastructure. This is the age that we are in. We are going to be pursuing electric vehicles. We have an electric bus coming in August. We're putting in the infrastructure right now for that electric bus. But as we move forward and we decide to move the district's transportation fleet forward, we are looking at electric vehicles to replace our aging natural gas vehicles for our buses. And we could see electric vehicles being part of our stable White Fleet, which is what our maintenance and our staff, other staff use here. The gym at Beatty, we've talked about this. We looked at underfunding, we're looking at partnerships. We're still continuing to look at, this is not off the table, but it just maybe have to push back a bit. All right, kindergarten playgrounds, we've talked about this. This is mentioned in this with this current board about so we want to pursue that. We also need to in conjunction do our library modernization. That's been on the discussion since 2016. Modernize or replace the district office. New cafeteria tables at the Beatty MPR, which we haven't done yet. New pre-K, TK kindergarten classrooms is pending grant. And we have new preschool playgrounds. Now we have preschools. We need playgrounds for littles, right? And they're not the same big ones. They're the little small ones. And we need, so they can crawl around on there. We're talking about outdoor learning spaces modernization, right? When we talk about outdoor learning spaces, we're actually talking about the fields that our children play in. The ground, making sure there's no gopher holes, making sure there's no ground, make sure we have proper irrigation, right? And this is what we really intend to do. And this is a very expensive project as we move forward. This is why we're looking at pending new bond. PK infant care classrooms, reconfiguring school ingress, egress at Emory. We all know what the traffic is like going there on Somerset. So we have some ideas that we want to present. We'll get an architect that has a lot of ingress egress experience to help us design something like that. But again, this is in the future. We've talked about replacing portables. We're moving forward on HVAC. Now, yes, we're moving forward on HVAC, but it still has to be part of our master plan. We did identify funding for that. We have about 237 ACs that we're planning replace within the next 2 years. All right, that bid is actually out right now. School admin building upgrades. The Buena Park Middle School, Corey, Emory, and Whitaker. Similar to what we did at Gilbert, similar to what we want to do at some of the other school sites, just make it a little more modern, make it a little flow go easier, stop some of those, just hanging out at different places where they don't need to be hanging out with students and some of the parents, but give it more pleasing and more secure entry point to our campuses. School staff and student safety, fencing, cameras, buzz through options, lockdown options, panic alert options for staff, current and or future bond. This is a very important part of it. And we already started those steps by having our first fencing option put in, but we want to expand that more. And we want to change cameras and look at everything on campus so we can see and really get down to a point where we can know every inch of our campus is safe for students, staff, and our partners and community partners. And then we want to upgrade expanded learning opportunity program. That's current funding. So we're doing that right now. We have several portables we're looking at, and that's going all the way through December. So that's part of our master plan. We also talked about possible expansion of the expanded learning opportunity program, which may require us to buy new portables or lease new portables to come into our school sites. So that's our full list. You have the list on your handed out to you. We are requesting as district that you get back to Aaron and Dr. Cantu, your top 10. Again, we're not going to take anything off unless you say we really don't need to do that, right? But this is an ongoing discussion. Our master plan, even though it's mandated by law, it's a living, breathing document that we can come back and change as the governing board and the district decide that our priorities have shifted slightly or went to a different direction depending on facilities. Any questions?
I do have a question. I know a lot of these are, I feel they're important, but we talked about the Beatty Middle School gym. I think it'd be a luxury for us to have. It's been publicly known through city council that, they don't want the gym anytime soon with us. So my question is, A, do we need them? And then B, can we find another partner that would want to partner us with this partnership in the gym?
If we're looking towards future, I think gym is a component that shines as our middle school. We're telling people that we believe our students' ability to interact with other students in other locations by having a gym there, being able to have inter-district competitions at the gym, have a Super Saturday add a gym by inviting other people. I mean, there's certain things that, and no offense to our surrounding school districts, they all do really wonderful job, but we have a lot of things that we can showcase. And having a gym up there on that side, of the town, I believe, is really important, whether we have partners that provide that to us or not. But it's just a natural next step for a middle school.
And I'm not stating that I wouldn't want one there. I just would like to see partners that really want that partnership to be a part of that initial, gymnasium build that we may have in the future.
Yeah, we're actually talking, and I'm still meeting with Jim Box and some of the other people in the city, and that is something they really want to do. Now it's a matter of whether or not their board is going to get behind it or not. But we're looking for other partnerships. We're looking for partnerships in the county. We're looking for partnerships at the state level.
I had suggested a few years ago, I saw it at, when I go around sometimes and I'm interpreting it at other school districts. So it's basically an amphitheater, outdoor amphitheater, but it's very basic. So it's cement, like a big round circle with steps, and then just like those sail coverings. And it can be used like as a performing arts building. I mean, it's not a building, it's an outdoor space, but I feel like when I was looking at them and I was asking how much it costs in those districts, that would be something that every school could have. And it would be a space that they could utilize for concerts. I know a lot of our schools do it. They cram the kids either, outdoors, and they're by the cafeteria tables, or I just think, that might be something that we could add on to here. And it's very basic. It's nothing that requires walls or a roof or anything like that. And I've seen it at other school districts.
Yeah, that is definitely something that we can add in there as part of our outdoor learning programs in that one component. So we haven't written that outdoor learning concept yet. We've
Yeah.
just really started
Yeah.
and scratched the surface. I met with an outdoor vendor that did provide external auditorium style things with mobile sound reverbers and sound clouds that would go back so they can amplify the voices, a cappella voices back into the area instead of going out into there. So I did have a conversation with a manufacturer of that type of product. So that is something that we have looked at. VAPA is very big in our school. I mean, it would be great to have outdoor facilities for that. So yes, I agree that would be a wonderful idea.
And I've seen that we went with the previous superintendent to a different school district where they had we went to go see a prefab gym, but they had an outdoor amphitheater, and I thought it was a neat concept to have because it serves dual purpose, more than dual purposes for a lot of different things. So I would agree that
Yeah,
that'd
they
be
could have
a nice
meetings
space.
there. It doesn't have to be concerts. It could be literally classes that come out there and practice, let's say, kids or anything. Or it just gives another stage. I love giving stages to kids, and that would be just an easy one.
Yeah, that'd be a great thing. And I've seen several of them out there where they built it into the quad area between the area and it became an impromptu amphitheater.
Exactly, yeah.
And also too, with post-pandemic stuff, people want to be out a little bit more in the open. That creates that open space where nobody's worried about being in an enclosed area for whatever reason. So I think it'd be a nice concept to have.
I can add that as a item under here, and an amphitheater at most schools, if not all schools.
Definitely a lot to think about.
So by Friday, homework. So, former teacher here.
No pressure.
Yeah. So please just highlight 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 10 of your top picks. Not that we're going to get rid of anything on here. We're just going to keep them there. And as we move forward, we may decide to move things off the master plan and bring new things on the master plan. But give that back to the superintendent's office by Friday. And if you want to include some additional items that you want to put in there.
I wanted to ask something a few years ago, and I can't even remember right now because, COVID totally messed up my memory. But there was this prop that we were supposed to get our portables updated, and we were like in line for something and we put our name in early so that whenever they do upgrade those portables, were you guys on the board at the time? I don't know. I don't know if I'm imagining it, but I do remember, I think it was a Prop 40 or something that I'm imagining this.
I do not believe that one passed. I know we were waiting for it as part of the facilities things,
Uh-huh.
but right now, the only thing about that the school bond, and that's what the state bond is going to do. We're still looking for those monies, and they do have facilities monies, but we're not sure where we are with what we got reimbursed last time for some of the projects and what we can get next time. And the shift to where the governor has decided he wants to put some of this funding, especially in the pre-K, TK and kindergarten realm. Just because the money went or the prop went there, I don't think that proposition passed because we haven't seen anything. We would, if it passed, we've been on top of that.
Yeah, we were supposed to get in line and all the districts wanted to get their portables upgraded. And so we put our name in so that, I don't know, that's what I remember. And then I'm like, portables are still there. Nothing's happened.
Well, that's why we've talked often about getting rid of the portables or updating, replacing with modulars as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? All right, then, Dr. Cantu, do you want to?
Yes, governing board remuneration. That's a mouthful this late at night. I really wanted to take an opportunity just to remind the board that by your bylaws 9250, authorizing the board to agree to compensate by resolution any board member that had to miss a board meeting due to illness, district business, jury duty, or hardship deemed acceptable by the board. This would be an opportunity to really recognize all the work that you do beyond attending a board meeting in a single month, such as all the activities that you were able to identify this week, special board meetings that are coming up. So I just wanted to give the board an opportunity to discuss to see if you would like to move forward with being able to submit a resolution for an individual board member to make so that they can be compensated for meeting that business. It's up for discussion.
I mean, I just want to say my experience with this. So I kind of had to ask Dr. Cantu and Erin about this. So I missed our January meeting due to just family. It's no secret. My dad's going through chemotherapy, and so I wasn't able to come to the January meeting. And I've never missed a board meeting, so I don't know what the protocols were. So because now we're at one board meeting a month rather than when we had two. So if you miss that one meeting, you basically don't get your stipend. You don't get your stipend, and it doesn't cover the health insurance payment. And so I want to just be completely transparent that I asked about this. I said, so I had to pay out of pocket for my health insurance that month. And which I had no problem doing, but I just thought, you know, there's so many meetings that we attend and so many events that it's weird that I don't get paid unless I come to this one board meeting when I've been to a bunch of other events. And so I think we came to the realization that that's not usually what other districts do, but it just so happens that's how our district does it. And so I had no problem paying for my health insurance for that month, but I'm thinking in the future, it just gives board members a feeling, a sense of like, I don't know what to call it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I just wanted to put it up for discussion to hear what your thoughts are about it as well.
I personally think it's a great idea. I myself, I'm gonna be having ACL surgery coming up in May. I'm not gonna be able to drive. I'm not gonna be able to do certain things. And I'm one that I'd like to be, when I joined the board, I made a promise that I'd be at every board meeting because the last trustee that was sitting in my seat would not be here most of the time, unexcused for whatever reasons. And I think it's not the money aspect of it, but I think it's a thank you to us for the commitment that we have to our school district and our board to come to these meetings. So I wouldn't disagree with bringing it up to a resolution, as Ms. Ahmad has mentioned, because I think what we do here is, you know, very critical and very important. And even if you do miss one meeting, I still feel like I missed a lot, and I feel like I didn't feel that duty that I said I was going to do by committing to being at every board meeting, when we did have it. So I would agree with, putting something together to kind of put that into perspective for the, the time and effort that we also give to our school district and most importantly, our students and the community.
I had the same experience as a trustee Amal, and so I do go, I missed a meeting last month. And I thought I was going to be able to make it, but I wasn't. And so I learned at we went to a Brown, Aaron and I went to a Brown training and learned that I couldn't do what I was planning on doing. And so it was too late for me to not do I was at the NEA conference in San Francisco for National Education Association. And so then that meant I was out, and I thank trustee Amon for taking my place and leading the meeting. But I do go to a number of events in the district with, to participate and to show support. And so I feel that I feel the same way that that should, when meeting, if you're unable to come, should be something that is not doubtful. I also have my insurance through the district. And so that's what I did. I paid, for the balance of mine. So, I mean, how do you two feel?
I think I'd agree with what trustee Ahmad said, because I mean, life does happen, especially like after coming out of the pandemic, we don't know, like something might pop up or something. And I think, as you said, we try to show up to all the board meetings as possible. But unexpected things do happen and there's no way around it. And even if you guys do miss, like, if we all miss at least one meeting, there are other events that we show up to for support. So I'm 100% with you guys, and I 100% understand, like, circumstances do happen. And unfortunately, sometimes we cannot be present all the time, but it's effective, really, like, we don't really know.
Yeah, I agree too.
And I mean, as board members, there's a lot of stuff that we may not share personally, right? It's crazy enough that Ms. Amada has mentioned what's happening to her father. During the last year, my mother was going through cancer herself. There was days where I didn't want to be here, but we found the strength to be here. So there's a lot of circumstances that allow us to be here for the better of our students and our community and, as a board. So I really do appreciate Ms. Ahmad bringing this to light and us having a conversation in regards to it.
So moving forward, if a board member does need to miss a meeting, then you would just request a resolution to be put forward to the rest of the board for the reasons of illness, jury duty, or hardship. And of course, the board would deem it was appropriate then to grant compensation for a meeting this week.
So anytime anybody needs to miss, you have to put a resolution forward.
Yes, you can't do a blanket one that we all agree that it will just happen. It does have to be a resolution because you do have to publicly state the rationale. And of course, it's up to the board to determine what you mean by a hardship or illness or under that circumstance.
So like, how do you know if an emergency is gonna happen ahead of time?
Well, it'll be after.
Oh, you do
You
a
would
resolution
consider-
after the
yes,
situation.
yes,
That's the only way.
yes, unfortunately. The ed code, yes.
You're going to be out for performance of other designated duties. You could put it ahead of time. If it's something that happens at the last minute, and you had a hardship or an illness and you were able to be here, then you could take it for next month. And knowing that that's coming for next month. Hold on.
So it has to be only hardship or,
So it's district business, illness, jury duty, or hardship. Deemed acceptable by the board.
You don't get to put out to the whole world in
Right.
this resolution what the hardship was. So if I was board member and I had hardship, and it's still board enough.
I just feel like, I don't know if people would, if you just say hardship, like we might know the reason, but out there,
I think like any district employee, you are protected by some anonymity as far as specifics, and I think everyone would agree that it should be afforded.
So like employees, when they have personal necessity,
Confidentiality.
that's nothing you don't have to share, but we don't have,
Right.
there's no personal necessity option here.
Right.
Okay.
So you should have some confidentiality.
So just say hardship.
So moving forward, we will have that opportunity for that authorization.
Should we need a resolution at our next meeting to do that, or is that just, we're just discussing it and it's always been available?
Well, it's been available by the group to take that route. If any of the members that missed the meetings this year, to ask for that to be taken in response to them earlier this year.
Can we just do one at the end of the year, one time? All the resolutions? If it happens post fact anyways, no? So it has to be immediately after the next meeting you
Meeting
met.
by meeting case.
Hmm.
Meeting by meeting.
Member by
Yes.
Yeah, I see a thought in it.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I know.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, those were our two items on the discussion calendar, so that brings us to the consent calendar. Unless a trustee has a question concerning a particular item and asks that it be withdrawn, from the consent calendar, the items are approved at one time by the governing board. So let me start this way. So trustee Ahmad, do you have anything to remove?
I don't have anything to remove, but I just had a question about the dole fruits. Are they all the same kind of fruit? Like the kids are gonna be eating those for months.
They're gel cups and we got two different flavors.
Two flavors,
So we did
okay.
receive two different flavors. We're grateful for what we were able to receive, I guess we could say.
Yeah, I have
Won't
nothing.
be the exact same thing every time.
Yes.
Two options is better than one.
We did go ahead and get compliant with cream.
Uh-huh.
And that way we can put some whipped cream on top for the kids and order some strawberries, and then that way they got whipped cream. Strawberry. on
I need
top.
some of that compliant with cream.
Yes.
I
I'm sure it's delicious.
have nothing.
Okay. Trustee Purchase.
Nothing from me.
Trustee Stone.
Nothing for me. All right.
All right, then with, let's see. Then with, no one withdrawing anything, then I'll ask for a motion. Okay.
Motion.
Thank you, trustee Chung, and a second.
Second.
All right, thank you, trustee. And, I am a,
All
okay,
in
so we
favor?
say all in favor.
Aye.
All right.
All right, and I'm, so motion passes 5-0. And, then we have the information correspondence, Dr. Cantu.
Yes, I'm happy to report that the Williams settlement legislation for the third quarter shows that we have had no complaints. Yes. Coming up, our major topics for the remainder of our board meetings. Next month, we will have a report on Buena Park Middle School as well as updates from our Director of Special Education. And then we will also add information about our wellness, mental health staff as requested by the board. In June, we then have two board meetings. The first will be LCAP and budget, which we will present our plans. And then the final one is, well, we hope the board will approve the LCAP and budget reports.
All right, thank you. That brings us to closed session. Conference with Dr. David Verdugo, consultant with Leadership Associates, and Russell Harris, Chief Personnel Officer of the Buena Park School District. Public employee appointment, discussion, position, superintendent, Government Code 54957. Conferences with Dr. Yvette Cantu, interim superintendent of the Buena Park School District, Russell Harrison, Chief Personnel Officer, Sandra Pote, and Chief Financial Officer. Pupil personnel, student discipline, Government Code 54918, labor relations, Buena Park Teachers Association, Government Conference Code 54957.6, labor relations, California School Employee Association, Chapter 569, Government Conference Code 54957.6, labor relations, non-represented management and confidential contract employees, government code 54957.6, and the public employee discipline dismissal release. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
Motion.
Okay, thank you, trustee Fructus, and do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, trustee Estrada. And all in favor?
Aye.
And I vote aye also. So the motion passes with a 5-0 vote. The governing board meeting is called into closed session at 7:39. reconvene. Is there a motion to reconvene?
I'll second.
All right, thank you, trustee. Joseph. And thank you, trustee Ahmad. All in favor? All right, and I'm an aye, so the motion passes with a 5-0 vote. Governing board meeting reconvenes at 9:21. Reporting out from closed session. In closed session, the governing board considered and moved to approve the staff's recommendation of the stipulated expulsion of case number 222311663 for the remainder of the 22-23 school year and the first semester of the 23-24 school year. Motion made by trustee Chung and seconded by trustee Ahmad by the following vote. 5 yeses and 0 nos. Okay. Action calendar. Okay, so we don't need that because we did that before the meeting. All right, so then I am going to call for an adjournment. Do I have a motion?
A motion.
Thank you, trustee Estrada. And a second was that trustee Putos. All right, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
And I vote aye, so the motion passes with a 5-0 vote. And we are closing at 9:22.